Good evening and welcome to our Monday, September 22nd meeting. So call to order, moved by Councillor Bougie, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lang. Be it resolved that the September 22nd, 2025 council meeting of the Township of South Glengarry now be opened at 6:32 p.m. All those in favor? Carried. If you could all join me in the singing of our national anthem. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, moving to the approval of the agenda. Are there any amendments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have one item that's been requested to be pulled from the consent agenda for discussion, that being item 11C, the resolution regarding incineration and recycling from the municipality of Tweed.
Okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor McDonnell, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor? Carried. Approval of minutes. Any errors or omissions noted? Or anything to add? Seeing none, moved by Councillor Jaworski, seconded by Councillor Bougie. Be it resolved that the minutes of September 8th, 2025 council meeting, including closed session minutes, be adopted as circulated. All those in favor? Carried. So we will now get into our presentations and delegations. We'll start with OPP, Inspector Mark Hemrick. Just to turn it on, gray button, it will light up red. Please speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff. Happy to see it's a packed house tonight. I surely hope that all of these people are not here to see me. Otherwise, I've got a very large fan club or I'm in big trouble. So first and foremost, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I would like to offer my most sincere apologies. I know that since becoming detachment commander of the SDNG detachment, I have made a regular point of coming to visit the local councils at least once a year to provide a bit of an update, state of affairs, about the tremendous work the members of the SDNG OPP perform, not just for the entire United Counties, but certainly for each municipality. Last year I was away on a temporary assignment at another detachment, so I did not have that opportunity. So I will be sort of trying to do a bit of a 2-year wrap up in the short time that I do have here this evening with you. Secondly, and probably equally as importantly, is I would just like to recognize council and staff for the incredible support you all provide to the members of the Ontario Provincial Police. Certainly recognizing that sometimes being a police officer or working for a police organization, there can be a tremendous amount of public scrutiny, especially when we've made a mistake or done something wrong. I can say without a doubt that no matter which municipality we operate in within the United Counties, that we have tremendous support, not just from our elected officials, but also from the township staff and from the United Counties of SDNG. We are incredibly lucky for that support, and I know our members feel it tremendously, and I'm always reminding them, you know, it is not just the public support that we receive, but it is the support from our municipal governments and from their staff. Just certainly like to highlight and discuss a few points. So certainly, I would like to begin with just some of our community engagement. So community engagement is certainly a highlight of our detachment, or I should say a priority, and I would like to highlight it. COVID certainly changed the way people police. I would say that COVID brought about a reluctance for police officers to take the time to actually interact and engage with people. And I'm happy to say that we have seen a significant increase in that community engagement. And I'm not just talking about the Williamstown Fair or the Glengarry Highland Games. You know, those are marquee events where, you know, we could have 40 plus officers working on any one weekend. Those are certainly excellent opportunities to really highlight, you know, the great career that an Ontario provincial police officer has, and, you know, interact with the community. But I'm happy to see that our officers, you know, are really taking the time to be out there a little bit more. You know, we really encourage them to get out, and any time there is a community event, whether it be a youth sport, maybe a junior sport, or some other type of community event, just to pop their head in for a few minutes. I think the officers are often surprised when they first go in, just about the positive interactions they have with people. You know, they may stand there for 2 minutes and they be approached with a question, and they always, you know, they always end up leaving feeling very positive about it. So really trying to highlight, we're really trying to emphasize, you know, a greater amount of community engagement. One of the areas that we are also highlighting in community engagement is within the schools. Directly within our strategic action plan that the detachment board, former police services board, helped me craft was greater engagement within the schools. And one of the areas that we have been working in, and those include all of our schools, and we have made sure that it is absolutely age appropriate, but we have really been working with victim services of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, and Akwesasne on really highlighting sexual consent and internet safety. Really working on two things, because we did, as an organization, notice a trend, especially for, you know, older youth, really understanding that area of what does consent mean, and also internet safety, not just from a victim standpoint, but also from, you know, a person who might be sharing or asking for something to be shared with them. Like, what does internet safety actually look like? And, you know, we do live in that digital world. Everything, you know, the youth of today, and I'm sure many of us, share everything, do everything from an electronic device. It is just the way. So really expanding that into the community and really working on those. I do have some unfortunate news and I'm sure that if you have been keeping track or reading, this has been a fairly deadly year on our roadways in STNG. There has not been one particular area and one particular municipality that has been affected more than the other. And we continue to see the main causes being our big four, being impaired driving, speeding, distracted driving, and a lack of restraint or safety equipment being the main causes. I think I would have although any loss of life or any serious injury on any of our highways or roadways in any of the counties, and South Glengarry has not been immune to that, I think I would be a little more comforted, I guess, probably not the best word, but I guess I'd be a little more satisfied if we could come up with a single causal factor and a single area, you know, some type of environmental design. I can say we are constantly looking at our data, constantly looking at the analytics. We know which areas we need to concentrate, but with the massive roadway that we have, you know, with 3 provincial highways, a wonderful network of county and municipal roads, it has been very challenging for us to identify specific areas as to where we want to apply those resources in the best manner. I will say that if you have not heard, that when the government several years ago introduced mass alcohol screening as a legal authority in Canada now, similar to what was occurring in Europe for many years, I will say that if you are involved in a collision anywhere in SDNG, you can expect a breathalyzer roadside immediately, that we have implemented that, because we still are seeing too many collisions resulting where alcohol has been a factor. So now our officers have been directed, no matter the severity of the collision, no matter who is there will be mass alcohol screening at those collision scenes, and we have the tools and the legal authority to do so. So we're really hoping to start to see a diminishment. Hoping to see that that causal factor of alcohol being involved in collisions will decrease. Our mobile crisis response team, which I'm sure Council you have heard about over and over and over, and once again, very grateful for all the support that we have received from it. It is what I consider one of the, what I will continue to say, not one of the, but the greatest, community police initiatives that has ever occurred. For 2024, we did apply for a grant extension once again to increase that team's capacity. Unfortunately, given the timing behind the grant, we did not move ahead with the counties or the hospital with the transfer of payment agreement. The objectives that were laid out in the grant and the time that the ministry provided us to achieve those objectives was it was unattainable. So we very politely wrote to the ministry just saying we weren't going to be able to move ahead based on the goals that we had placed in the grant when we applied and the objectives that we needed to reach that the ministry gave us back. I am happy to announce that the ministry did extend the grant cycle for 25-27. We have been successful. The hospital has just completed the hiring for our second clinician or allied health clinician to join our team, and we are hoping to have that team up and running in the next couple of months, which will significantly enhance the team's capacity. Two of the team's priorities will actually be public education, so in the schools and working with our elderly population, because we have seen a big increase in mental health related calls when it comes to the elderly. And it's a very, very underserved population, and it's actually very poorly understood. So our teams are going to be going for additional training, and they're also going to be working with our other community partners on that. The other portion is that we are committed to working with the Longhouse in Akwesasne and the Akwesasne elders to better understand how they have traditionally dealt with mental health and addictions issues. So we can potentially apply those to the population we're dealing with in SDNG, but also if we encounter an Indigenous person suffering from mental health or addiction crisis, how we can be more culturally sensitive and apply some of their former teachings and practices to really service them. Another area which is in our strategic action plan was certainly addressing rural and property crime. I know that we've been speaking with Madam Clerk quite a bit about the ongoing mischief or vandalism that has been happening at the Martintown Community Center. I know that at one point we had identified some offenders. It had slowed down, but that has started back up. I can say that we have been applying a significant amount of additional investigative techniques to try and curb that. The OPP does have a large resources of techniques aside from just officer presence and anything I'm prepared to discuss in a public meeting, but we certainly are applying those. I'd also like to address two other issues that have been brought to my attention that are to the that I know that Council might like to know about. So certainly we are cognizant of trespassing that is occurring on the peanut line, and directly from the peanut line being affected are other agricultural properties where we're seeing people come off the peanut line, snowmobile trails, and they're damaging. The biggest thing that I can ask of council staff and anybody in the public is we need those calls for service logged. We need people to call us. We need as much information as we can, because without that information, as soon as we can get it, it makes it more challenging for us to follow up and apply, and apply resources. Because if we get the information a month, a week later, it just makes it more complicated for us to investigate. And oftentimes, if we get the information freshly, there's a lot of things we can do, even with whatever limited information the public can provide us. So it certainly is on our radar. Officers have been directed to patrol those areas and be on the lookout, especially those recreational vehicles at nighttime. Making sure we are, identifying them, so that if we do get a complaint about any type of damage or trespassing on either agricultural property or the peanut line, we can address those. I have also committed through the deputy mayor and to the who is also on our detachment board, to meet with the South Glengarry Agriculture Society. Our first couple of dates did not work out. However, I am in talks with them for the next meeting to be able to come and to present to them on some of the things that they can be doing, but also reiterating that message that if they do experience instances of trespassing or mischief, the sooner they call us, the better. They are not bothering us by logging that call for service. That's what we are there for. That's our job. That's our job, and we will take all of that information. We will take it seriously, and we will analyze the information, and whatever investigative avenues we need to take in order to put a stop for the behavior, we will take. Finally, Mr. Mayor, and for council, just a quick update on the new Lancaster detachment. So I'm sure it is public knowledge that Infrastructure Ontario will be constructing a new state-of-the-art, brand new OPP detachment in Lancaster. The latest update I have for you, and it is available through the IO website, is currently the shell of the building, or what we call the interior shell, which is solely the OPP's responsibility for design, has been complete, and the call for tender has gone out for architectural, engineering, and a contractor to complete. The hope for the site is that they will be beginning in 2026. I realize 2026 is 12 months in a calendar year, but we are very, very hopeful that shovels will be in the ground in 2026. For council and staff, the Lancaster detachment, the current one, will remain open. So the new one will be built on the exact same grounds. The property is a little deceiving for anybody that can remember when that was an MTO yard, and there were the Quonset huts and the salt shed. It's a very, very big piece of property. Even I was surprised when IO showed me how much property they own. We were very surprised. We're going to be very sad because there is a very nice old little lady that lives across the street who walks her dog in the field every day, and the officers are always saying hello to her. She's very, very kind, and having to tell her that when that gets fenced off and the new building gets built, we're hoping there'll be some grassy space that she'll still be able to walk her dog. Aside from that, Mr. Mayor, I very much appreciate your time, and open to questions through yourself or other councillors.
Thank you. That sounds like Mrs. French. We'll have to let her know that's incoming. Are there any questions amongst council members? Councillor Jaworski, and then Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, through Mayor McDonald. Thank you so much, Inspector Hemrick, for being here. Always really appreciate you coming to speak to us and giving us an update. Couple of comments. Thank you for the engagement with the schools. I have kids that are grade 9 and 10, and they've benefited from having officers come by. And in as much as the teachers, are providing information on, consent and internet safety, it does have a stronger impact when it comes from an officer. So they often will mention it when they come back from school. So thank you for that. I'm so happy to hear that the mobile crisis response team is I guess, in a way expanding. I mean, it's too bad that we require the service, but I know it's a fantastic thing to have within our community, and the spill-off benefits for it are just like almost immeasurable. Also, I wanted to thank you for what you were saying about the peanut line and just giving us that reminder that we, to share when folks do reach out, that, they should be putting in the calls for service. And I'm very happy to hear that you're going to be speaking with the Ag Committee when schedules allow, because I think definitely that's the prime community, and having folks from that sector being able to speak with you and, exchange with you, I think that would be a really positive thing. So questions, I assume for the calls to serve, like calls are on the peanut line, that goes to like the non-emergency line, I would assume. So and then my other question though is about the new OPP site. Would we expect any changes to like the services that would be, the level of service or services that would be offered once the new site's in place, or the new building, I should say?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, you will see an enhancement in services. So currently, the makeup in SDNG, there, as everybody knows, there are 5 detachments, with Long Sault being the hub. Our 4 satellite detachments are, in my opinion, antiquated and inadequate. Really, most of our services are delivered through and out of the Long Sault detachment. So every time your local South Glengarry officers have a service that they require, they have to go to Long Sault, and it's taking them out of this area. Now, of course we are the OPP, so we do ensure that public safety is always paramount, and we are always redeploying our services. But it is something that, it's always a juggling game for our sergeants to make. So you will actually see an increase in services. We will have better modern cell blocks, so we will not have to bring everybody to Long Sault for proper processing. We will have electronic fingerprinting. We will have victim service. We will have proper interview rooms, not just for accused or suspects, but we will have a proper victim-centered interview room on site. We will have a place for victim services of SDNG to work out of, should they choose. Our mobile crisis response team will have an office they'll be able to use directly out of there. So actually, the residents of South Glengarry will be seeing an increase in enhanced services because of the new building.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Stephanie kind of mentioned it, but as far as the trespassing, pleased that you're working to get, farmers aren't the easiest bunch to get sit down with either, because they're always busy doing something, and it's hard to get a bunch of them in one room together, but I'm glad you're working with that. But the mentality out there when I talk to a lot of them is that they think you guys have better things to do and are not likely going to be that interested in listening to trespass complaints. So if you could get that across to them, that as you've told us here, the sooner they let you know, the better it is, because often they say, well, it's not my worthwhile to call them. I mean, they got bigger things to do. They're not going to be worried about that. So just the mentality there to get that out, that because it is serious enough, and especially with biosecurity and so forth, that we don't want people just feeling they can go wherever they want and do whatever they want. Thank you.
Should have tested that before. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Previously, when Sergeant Lemactang would come in, he would provide us with some statistics, some local statistics. Now, I'm not expecting you to have that or put you on the spot for our local statistics, but is there any way you could maybe provide us an update of some statistics like DUI collisions and stuff of that nature? Maybe forward it to the clerk so we can have those numbers.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. What I can commit to, Councillor, is I told Madam Clerk for this evening's Mayor, I am actually presenting to the detachment board tomorrow afternoon. So I present the statistics for all of SDNG. However, I can commit to Council that at next month's meeting or at a previous meeting, Staff Sergeant Lemactang will be here to actually present the stats in person for the municipality of South Glengarry, and we will have him present the first 3 quarters of the year to get everybody caught up, if that would be satisfactory with you.
Are there any further questions? Nope. Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation and update, and also committing to send Sergeant Lemactang for the stats. It's always fun. I'm a numbers guy, and we appreciate your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, staff.
So then we will move to 7B, Cornwall and Regional Animal Center and Veterinary Clinic. Mr. Hunter and Mrs. Bishop. This is for the OSPCA. And just a reminder to, if you speak quietly like me, speak into the microphone. It's not just for here, but online as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and staff members. It's a pleasure to be here this evening on behalf of the Ontario SPCA and Humane Society. My name's Bonnie Bishop, and I'm the East Regional Manager for Community Outreach Services with the Ontario SPCA. And joining me tonight is Rob Hunter. He is the Development Officer for this area. So we appreciate the opportunity. I understand that you were given the presentation in advance, and I see that it's up on the slides there tonight. So we will get started, and thank you very much. So just a little brief history about the Ontario SPCA. We'll cover high level tonight. I know you've seen the slides, and then we'll leave an opportunity for questions at the end. So for over the last 150 years, the Ontario SPCA has provided care, comfort, and compassion to animals across the province and the owners who love them. As a registered provincial charity, we proudly operate on donations and do not receive any annual government funding. With 12 animal centers across the province, we deliver vital programs and services to pets and people. For more than 70 years, we have operated here in this region, located at 550 Boundary Road in Cornwall. The Ontario SPCA area here, the region here, is very large. It covers Akwesasne, Cornwall, the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, and the United Counties of Prescott, Russell. Rob, maybe you can run that if you don't mind, sorry. We are now on page 4. Yeah, we're now on page 4. We witness our mission in action each day by providing services, and we hear from the public how important the services are that we offer. Since 2023, animal intake from owner surrenders and strays at our Cornwall Centre has doubled, raising from 223 animals in 2023 to an anticipated 454 animals by the end of 2025. Basic veterinary care has risen sharply and has increased over 184% in requests that we are receiving from the public. To meet these needs, we are assisting the public by supporting adoptions and helping animals and their families get connected and providing affordable spay-neuter services that prevent thousands of unplanned litters, including a recent introduction to our new neuter scooter program that serviced 534 animals in this region and prevented all those litters as well. In Ontario and across the province, the Ontario SPCA supported families with over 800,000 pounds of food. 10% of that, or 8,000 pounds of foods, were distributed in this region to support the people and pets that live here. With respect to our direct impact for residents of South Glengarry, from the limited data that we've collected, and we know that we have very limited data because we haven't been collecting some of our data, and now we've recently expanded our community outreach services. So, however, not all services are tracked. We believe that this is only a fraction of our impact. We also recognize that our promotion of these services has been limited. This presents an opportunity for us to be more proactive, to inform residents about the services that we provide, and we will continue to do that and would appreciate your assistance in doing that moving forward. We're part of the community. We're woven into the fabric of this community. We've been here for many years, and we provide a very needed and worthwhile service. Overall, our operations are experiencing a significant growth. We've seen a 23% increase in the number of cats that come into our care, a 25% increase in the number of dogs coming into our care, 31% increase in rehoming requests, where people are asking us to take on their pets and rehome them because they are unable or unwilling to do so, and a 21% increase in overall intake for care. The rising number highlights the urgent need for animal welfare services across the province, and this area is no different. A surge in homes with pets at this time, along with skyrocketing veterinary costs and dramatic shortage of veterinarians across the province and veterinary technician makes access to care harder. The lack of affordable, accessible spay-neuter services leads to an upsurge of unplanned puppies and kittens. Economic hardships, including widespread housing and food insecurities, have only added to these serious issues. Local concerns align with the broader province reality. We know that provincially, we're seeing it at all of our 12 other animal centers, and here is no different. The need for service is increasing, and the demands are increasing dramatically. Which brings us to our time-sensitive and crucial needed new build. As a charitable organization with strong oversight and stewardship, we understand that urgent needs of the community and our responsibility to address them. Recognizing that the current animal center faces serious issues, unresolvable issues, our board and leadership team carefully evaluated all options and determined that constructing a new center was by far the best option. This new facility will not only address today's critical needs, but will also be designed to meet the community needs moving forwards for decades. For the first time in this region, we will also introduce a veterinary clinic that will be attached to the animal center. This will be a game changer. It's modeled after our Barrie and Stouffville animal centers that have a veterinary clinic, augmenting and supporting the services already provided by the veterinary community locally. The next slide. This is a visual of our new animal center and veterinary hospital. The clinic is on the left side, and the right side of the photo is the animal center portion. We anticipate an opening in 2027. Daimling Architects has been selected for the project, and Grant Marion, a local builder, will oversee the construction. Our groundbreaking is scheduled for October the 17th, and we hope that you will attend. Invitations will be going out in the next few days. The new building has been designed in consultation with our Chief Veterinary Officer for the Ontario SPCA, adhering to established standards and best practices. Its design maximizes efficiency, practicality, and in ensuring a lasting and effective facility for many years to come. The visual footprint of the animal center here is in front of you, the internal. The new animal center will be 6,600 square feet and will increase our capacity from 24 animals to 57. Putting this simply, the new animal center will be bigger, smarter in its design, and will allow us to care for more animals and thereby help people as well. Let me provide an example of that. Currently, with the animal center that we currently have, if we have an animal that comes in from the community that is diseased, for example, parvovirus, due to the lack of ability of our current facility, often that forces us to quarantine ourselves, to isolate ourselves, to prevent the public from coming in for some of the services that we provide because of the contagiousness of the disease and not having adequate isolation for the particular animal. The next slide here is a visual footprint of the veterinary clinic. A new 1,400-foot square clinic will augment and support the veterinary services for animals that are currently being offered in the community. We met with members and invited all members of the community in the larger area that we serve to come to an open house at our animal center. Many attended. They were receptive, supported, and excited about the new project that the Ontario SPCA is taking under. This clinic is intended to operate for the first year to care for the pets in our own care, and by year 3, we will open up the services and provide accessible veterinary care to the community. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to turn it over to Rob Hunter now, who will highlight our plans to make this vision a reality. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Great to be back in council chambers. A little interesting to be on this side of the table. What we have is our Build a Brighter Future for Pets and Peoples campaign, and we're happy to announce this. This project, this new build, it's a major project for us. It's an ambitious project, but it's certainly very critical to the animals and the communities that we serve. So critical that our organization, the Ontario SPCA, has committed $4 million to the project. And we're thrilled to invite communities that we serve through SDNG and Prescott, Russell, and Akwesasne to help raise the additional $4 million that we're going to need to bring this project to life. There we are. Oh, went back. There we are. We've been working with a great team of people. We have a fundraising cabinet, and you'll probably recognize some of those names on the slide. A great mix of people, both urban, rural, and First Nations, that have helped us develop our fundraising plan, and we're really grateful to them for their leadership and their guidance as we move forward with this significant project. And that brings us to tonight, a critical moment in time. We've got crisis in animal care. It's impacting the whole region. And we have a building that's 50 years plus old that just doesn't meet the needs of the animals anymore. If we get a case of parvo, the place shuts down. No pets in, no pets out. Could be even up to, like, for a 2-week period. Parvo can be very difficult to deal with. So given this, we're going to invite the Township of South Glengarry to support this new build with a financial commitment of $40,000. However, I know, coming from the municipal world, that sometimes municipal budgets can be a bit of a challenge. So we've suggested that this contribution be made in 5 equal payments of $8,000 per year over the next 5 years. And this support will mean so much to us. It'll mean so much to the community, and it'll mean so much to the animals. And we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of council? Councillor Bougie?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. It is a beautiful building that is proposed here. My question is in regards to the vet clinic. Is there any talks about potentially having like emergency care for residents? So usually when things happen to an animal, it's after hours, and if there is an emergency, right now, like for our residents, we're talking about going to Valleyfield or Ottawa. So was there any talks about potentially having an emergency response or care for that need?
This is a veterinary clinic and doesn't offer all the full services of a veterinary hospital, like emergency type services. This is more for spaying and neutering, dealing with wounds, injuries, vaccinations. Hit by cars, we wouldn't have the capacity to accommodate like all of those types of things. I recognize that there's the lack of emergency services here now and people are having to travel, but they wouldn't, this type of clinic wouldn't have all of the equipment required to deal with serious type emergencies.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you so much for the presentation. I found it very interesting. One thing that sort of stood out to me is that as I had understood it, like prior to COVID, like the need for a lot of these services was sort of on the decline. But then I gather that now post-COVID, and I gather it's very much due to like the financial challenges of having pets. I know I have far too many animals, and when you go to see how much it does cost to spay and neuter, it's gotten extremely expensive. And I think that's probably a reflection of the lowering of the spay and neutering rates that you see for animals that are surrendered. So definitely it sounds like this is a service that particularly that is something that is looked to by our residents. My question to you is, and I apologize if you've shared this already, but in terms of financial commitments from the other communities that you'll be servicing, if you've had any commitments yet, or where you are in that process of talking to the different municipalities.
Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Mayor. We have had a couple of presentations already, North Stormont and South Stormont, and positive indications from them during those presentations. And we will be meeting with South Dundas and North Dundas and North Glengarry in the coming week.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, just for expectations, we don't make a decision at this meeting. Just policy-wise, so our policy would say 4,000, but council can always, 4,000 per year is the amount, but we have gone over that in the past. Most recently, 20,000 a year for the, oh my goodness, Maxville Manor, I was like Glengarry Manor. So there is some precedent there, but staff will come back with a report outlining a few options for us, and then we'll make a decision, and administration will communicate that to you in the future. Otherwise, thank you very much for your presentation. Next up is our water financial plan, brought to us by DFA Infrastructure International Limited. Mr. Murphy.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just take a minute to introduce John. So John is with us tonight to present the financial plan. John has a long list of experience that he can bring to us tonight, and he has over 31 years in the field. So just a quick little overview. He is presenting the financial plan, and the financial plan this evening is combined of all the water and wastewater systems together. And I just wanted to make a side note that it did not include a formal rate study for each system, and I just thought I'd bring that up to council's attention before he starts. So over to you, John.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, or good evening to Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and the public. Again, my name is John Murphy. I'm here with DFA Infrastructure to present the draft financial plan that was put together on behalf of the township. The information contained or used in the development of the financial plan was provided by staff. So what I'll go through is with the agenda. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're just going to have present a brief background on the agenda. We'll talk about the water system, customers, costs, rates, and revenue. Now, there was the discussion or the indication that a rate study was not done. A rate study was not formally done, but projected rates had to be provided to develop the level of funding that would be required to pay for your capital program, which I had two words, either aggressive or robust. But there are a lot of capital projects in this financial plan that was presented. Also go through the wastewater system, customers, cost, rates, and revenue. I'll discuss the OREG financial plan. The Ontario Regulation 45307 is a requirement by the province in regards to the renewal of the drinking water license, and then our observations and next steps. Sorry. All right, so the requirements of the drinking water license renewal well, your financial plan number is 185301A, sorry about that, is required to be submitted to the province every 5 years. In this case, it's December 8th, 2025. The water system financial plan the water license renewal must include a financial plan. Typically, it's for a period of 6 years. We're presenting a financial plan for 10, which is better for the municipality in regards to financial planning. Now, the water system financial plan is based on the cost of service exercise, which is what will be discussed first. So the cost of service study looked at the township's costs for the water, both water and wastewater, as well as the required revenues to fund those costs. So I'm first going to present the water system cost, customers, consumption, rates, and revenues. So to start, we're looking at the number of customers, water customers, which includes the Glen Walter, Lancaster, and Redwood Estates systems. Right now, you're looking at around 1,300 customers that consume about 140,000 cubic meters of water. And this is the growth that was presented to us. And actually, it's really part of the water tower financing study that was done last year. So the capital forecast as presented here shows the required capital program that's required to sustain the water system and the sources of funding. And as you can see, there would be, based on the information provided, a certain amount of debt that would be required to be incurred by the municipality. But you can see the majority of the funding would be from the reserves. Now, your operating budget consists of your operating and maintenance. And sorry, Mike, I can't see the screen, so I have to go to my notes. So the majority of the costs in regards to the systems really is the funding from the reserves. Now that's why there will be rate increases that would be necessary to be able to fund the operating and capital programs. Sorry, I'm going up, I need to go down. Now, there are two reserves, water reserves held by the municipality, one for capital and one for operating. And as you can see, we have a opening balance of about 1.3 million, I believe. And what happens is in the reserve, contributions are provided annually from the rates to be able to establish sufficient funds in those reserves that are used to fund the capital program. Now, at the end of the 10-year period, you'll see that there are approximately the same amount of reserves at the end. Now, we looked at those reserves in relation to your replacement value of the infrastructure, and it falls within what we believe to best practice in regards to 2 to 4% of the replacement value of capital assets. Now, your operating reserves, we set them at $100,000. Now, that falls within the 10 to 20% of your operating and maintenance costs. That's more of a stabilization reserve. So what we're trying to do is ensure that you have a financially sustainable water system over the 10-year period. And that's what we're trying to achieve. Now, this slide presents your current water rates for 2025. And this is what we projected your water rates would need to be able to fund your operating, maintenance, and capital program. And as you can see, this slide presents your revenues, and your revenues matches your costs. What happens is your surplus revenues will go into the capital reserve, which is used to fund your capital program. So again, at the end of the 10-year period, you have a fully funded capital program with a reasonable level of reserves that would be used to fund future capital expenditures. Now we'll go through the water system, customers, volumes, costs, rates, and revenues. Like the water system, you have approximately, I'm sorry, I can't see, okay, about 1,300 customers with about 133,000 cubic meters of water, or wastewater volumes, which is really a representation of the water consumption. Now, I should have said there are, as you're aware, a different system. The different system, you have Green Valley included for wastewater. And this represents the projected water customers and volumes. And this is your wastewater capital forecast, again, as information provided by staff. And as you can see, the vast majority of the wastewater capital program would be funded from reserves, capital reserves. Your operating forecast presents the operating costs for the 3 wastewater systems. And as you can see, the major component of this is the funds from the reserves, which would be generated from your wastewater rates. And again, your wastewater reserve forecast at the end of the 10-year period, you'd have a reasonable amount of funds in the capital and operating reserves, which would be used to fund your future wastewater capital program. This slide presents the wastewater rates for 2025, and this slide presents the projected rates, which you can see would increase at approximately 8% per year. Again, this is a forecast of the necessary revenues that would be needed to fund your wastewater operating capital programs. And again, similar to water, your wastewater revenues match your wastewater costs because the surpluses that are generated from the rate increases are transferred into your capital reserves. Your capital reserves are used to fund your capital program as presented and to establish a capital reserve balance which would be considered appropriate. So our observations show that the long-term financial sustainability will require annual rate increases of 7% for water, 8% for wastewater. The majority of capital funding will come from the capital reserves, which is the surpluses generated annually. There is long-term debt, about $1.8 billion of long-term debt required to fund the water capital program. What's a good observation is the reserve balances will be in a healthy position at the end of the forecast period. So what we're trying to do is ensure a financially sustainable water and wastewater system. So in regards to the water financial plan, the financial plan as required under Ontario Regulation 45307 requires a pro forma financial statements for the statement of financial position, statement of cash flow, and statement of operations. So the statement of operations reflect your revenues and expenditures over the forecast period. And if the slide was bigger, you'd be able to see that at the end of the forecast period, the township will be generating an operating surplus, which would be sustainable or generate sustainable revenues over that forecast period. Statement of cash flows represents the sources and uses of cash. And again, what you see is a positive trend in the cash generated from operations. And the statement of financial condition presents your assets, liabilities, and accumulated surplus over that forecast period. And again, you're seeing positive trends in the water financial system. So at the end of the day, what you have and what you're presenting to the province is a financial plan that shows, based on the information provided and the cost of service exercise, that the township will be in a strong financial position to maintain a financially sustainable water system. So our main observations are that your cash balances will increase from $164,000 to $1.4 million. Liabilities will increase from 0 today to $1.5 million, and that's the debt that's required to fund the water system. The non-financial assets, or the net book value of your assets, will increase from $8.3 million to $10.4, and your accumulated surplus will increase from $8.5 to $10.3. So really what it represents is that you're investing in your infrastructure greater than the consumption of your infrastructure. So the next steps of this exercise, we'll finalize our study, or our report to the township. Staff will present that report in a staff report to council. Council will endorse the financial plan, and then staff will submit the financial plan to the province to ensure your drinking license will be renewed. Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. It's probably a good night for you to come because South Lancaster residents are on that Lancaster water system, so that they get a good mention or notice of that. Are there any questions from around the table. Counselor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you very much for this presentation. I have, I guess, probably some questions more on the assumption side, and I apologize if I'm not coming at this in the right way. But with respect to the capital forecast, just so I'm clear, these are values, so I guess it's, I don't know if we want to refer to page 8, but of the deck. But this is information that we provided to you, or this, and the reason I'm asking that is like later on in the presentation, you refer about like good, you know, a good amount is between 2 and 4. So I just wanted to confirm again, is that what we provided to you is what we provided to you, all, let's say, maintenance and replacement, or is any of it growth? Just sort of, I want to get those assumptions clearer in my mind, please.
So I understand that the township did an exercise and looked at the necessary replacement of your infrastructure, and a list of capital projects were provided to us for both water and wastewater. And I know that some projects were removed. I think there was expansions of the water. I'll let the engineering staff describe those projects, but there was a sizable capital program that was reduced to reduce. Several projects were removed because of the necessary funding from the senior levels of government, and it was uncertain whether those projects would be undertaken. But in the final report, you'll have a detailed list of the capital projects which would be undertaken in this plan.
Ms. McDonald also might have had some clarity there too for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Council will recall that we undertook a study, an asset inventory earlier this year with the Ontario Clean Water Agency, and it was presented in April, May kind of timeframe. That was information that we provided to DFA. However, we went through it and we removed all the items that we felt were, I don't want to say the word superfluous, but those assets could limp along a few more years. And we also removed the plant expansions in Glen Walter. Since that timing is indeterminate, it would be growth. It wouldn't be sustaining our existing infrastructure. So we really focused on maintaining the infrastructure for the users that we have today. The only major capital new programs that were included in this plan are the Glen Walter Water Tower, because it is underway. And we included the distribution work around the water tower because we have hopes that we will be successful in our application to the Health and Safety Water Stream funding, which we applied for earlier this year but haven't heard back. So fingers crossed on that. If the province is listening, we'd love to have a positive response from you. But hopefully that answers the question. It is really focused, this plan, on maintaining the existing infrastructure for the existing current users. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that clarification. That's exactly the information I was looking for. My other question has to do with, again, as we're looking at values in the future, are we applying like specific rates of inflation or specific discount rates for value of money or that sort of thing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so operating costs were assumed to increase by 2% annually, whereas capital costs were assumed to increase by 3%. So this is, the cost of study was done on a cash basis. So the projected rate increases would generate revenues to pay for the future value of that infrastructure, even though the values that were provided to us are in today's dollars. Those costs were inflated. So in 10 years, even though it may be a $10,000 project in today's dollars, it'll be a $13,000 project 7-8 years from now.
Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. It's a little bit scary. There's 7% and 8% increase every year. It almost doubles in 10 years. I would say likely 80% or so. I'm assuming that 7% is compounded. It's 7% on 7% on 7%. So we're going to have to either we're way too low at the moment, and I don't know if we have any comparisons to other areas if we're charging similar. But we're basically coming close to doubling our cost, or our residents' cost in the next 10 years on water and wastewater. 7% on water and 8% on wastewater. Did you look at anything, like at our rates? Are we somewhat comparable to other areas, or are we way low, or?
Well, in respect to the rates, you have a sizable capital program that is required to be funded. So you could keep your rates constant, but you still have to fund or cash flow. What that would mean is that you would incur sizable amounts of debt that would have to be serviced in future years. So eventually, it's going to catch up to you where if you don't increase your rates, your cash in will remain constant, but your cash out will increase, but the cash out will come from your current rates plus debt to be able to fund the capital program, but that debt would have to be serviced in the future years. So what this does, it shows a constant increase in your rates. So there's no 20% one year, 1% next year. You're trying to sort of provide or show an increase in revenues that would be sufficient to fund your operating expenses or expenditures and your expenses and your capital expenditures.
It makes sense. I'm not arguing about whether we need to do it or not. It's not going to be, nobody appreciates 7% every year or doubling in 10 years. But if that's what we need to do to get there, it's better to know now than to be surprised
Yeah,
later.
I think
So.
with the province, one of the reasons why the province introduced this requirement is that most water systems were underfunded. And of course, many councils don't like to see sizable reserves, or they always defer capital works. And what happens is systems tend to fail. And that's when what hits the fan. So by providing a financial plan, it shows the province that municipalities are planning not just for today, but for the future. And so you have a capital program that is put together that would ensure your system continues to operate or to work, but they also want to see how you're going to pay for it. Therefore, you have these rate increases that generate funds that go into reserves, and those reserves are used to pay for the capital program.
Because the province would like to see us stop coming to them with emergency needs.
Yes, they don't like that.
Councillor McDonald, I don't know if you saw your hand up or if it was just,
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess it was most of it's more or less been covered by my colleagues across the table, but it's sizable numbers, the increase just to sustain what we have now and for future. That's not including, as was stated, future growth and future expansion and servicing new areas. Hopefully, we can see some new customers come online because as was stated, there's 1,250 and change users on the systems, and the major cost is the actual infrastructure we have. And when you get 1,200 people on roughly 4 systems at the end of the day, it's a smaller group to pull from whenever we have to cover these costs. I guess my other concern too, I guess, and it's not, I don't mind us using, we have to use some kind of a number right now, but traditionally over the last 6-7 years, we haven't seen 3% construction inflation. We've seen 13, 20, 25. So who knows what these costs will be in the future, if this is even enough at the end of the day. I'm not saying we need to go higher than 7% a year or even go to that at this point, or we have to carefully consider that. But we've seen municipal, specifically, construction costs inflated drastically and exponentially over the last 3-4 years, and it's going to be. I hope your optimism is right, but I don't think that from what we've seen, 3% is going to be realistic. I think it's going to continue to go up, especially with the lack of skilled trade workers to perform the work in general. So, I mean, even our engineered costs for the water tower in Glen Walter, the engineered Class D estimates were far under the actual value when it came time to build it, and the last bill hasn't come in on that. So, remains to see where we'll end up on that project, whether it'll be over or under or on budget. Hopefully on budget, of course, and always hoping for under. But the way things are going up in price and the lack of bidders for these projects is just driving the price of them exponentially up.
if you'll allow me a few questions. Oh, no, Councillor Jaworski, please go ahead.
All right, thank you, through you, Mayor. Just quickly, so I understand that this is sort of like the preliminary, and then there'll be a report that will come back to council at a future date. I'd like to just get an understanding of, once this is passed, is this something, for lack of a better word, that we're locked into, or is this a guide? You know, if by some miracle, you know, money falls from the sky and the situation changes dramatically, I mean, one way or the other, I'm assuming that there's flexibility. I just wonder if you could speak to that just a little bit, please.
So this does not commit council. It shows the province's council has considered, you know, the future needs of the water system and a plan to be able to fund it. Now, things change every year. Council approves the annual budget. Things change. And even though we're looking at 7 and 8%, it could be 3%, it could be 10%, but that is entirely up to council's decision annually.
Thank you, because I think our last one was 2021 until now at 3%, and then COVID kind of jumped up those prices. So I think there's some retroactive funding of the COVID inflation that persists. But specifically to Councillor McDonnell asked a question, and we do have like a relatively small user base for each system compared to like our municipal partners. I'm thinking like the ones I've researched would be like South Dundas and Loyalist, because I'm aware of those two, and they're much big. Like there's a much larger population or household population served by like those plants. Is that correct? Like we have.
You have several small systems, and that's the problem with small municipalities, you know, funding water and wastewater. The cost of infrastructure, or cost of, you know, a kilometer of pipe, I don't think changes much between municipalities, but your denominator is quite low. Therefore, your rates tend to be higher in small municipalities.
Did this consider any provincial funding? Because I know past plans had thoughts on like one-third funding. I don't know if that's viable
Yes,
anymore.
I think there's a couple projects that have identified provincial grant funding, or not just provincial, but 2/3 funding from the senior levels of government.
Thank you. And then this would keep the rates, at the start, there was something that Mr. Seguin said, but I think through the presentation I didn't pick it up, is this is still, each system has its own rate, or would this be regional? This presentation, I think, was like Lancaster separate from Glenwalter separate.
The three systems have the separate rates. There hasn't been a blending, and that would be a direction of council to look at that. But of course, when you blend rates, there's winners and losers.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And you'll have a lot more people in the gallery.
Oh, yes. No, I know who the winners and losers would be. I've seen those numbers before. So another thing that we did last year for a first time too was bring some OSIF money, I believe, into water and wastewater. So that's something that we could continue to do more of. Some other municipalities have moved all of it. That's the Ontario Community Infrastructure Funding. The only thing there would be every dollar you take from that and move to the water system is $1 on taxation. So do you share with all or some? It's an interesting balance. Our municipality has typically done all, except for last year, two roads and bridges, but those are things that we can consider when staff report comes. Okay, any further questions? Thank you for allowing me a little bit of a tangent there. Right, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
So then we will move to action requests. It's the South Lancaster Heritage Designation options. This is presented by Ms. Campo, or Mrs. Campo. Moved by Councillor Bougie, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Be it resolved that Staff Report 2025-96 be received and that Council direct administration to, and there are three options. Option number 1 is not proceed with any heritage designation for properties located in South Lancaster. Option number 2 is identify individual properties of interest for heritage designation in South Lancaster through consultation with the Municipal Heritage Committee. Option 3, consult with the Municipal Heritage Committee regarding the establishment of a Heritage Conservation District in South Lancaster. I almost said South LA. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council will recall in July, at our July 14th meeting, we received a delegation request for council to consider having the South Lancaster designated as a Heritage Conservation District. And this is something that is available to council through the Ontario Heritage Act. So this report outlines some of the options that are available to council in response to the delegation. request, and I'm going to go over those options this evening. They are quite detailed in the report. I'll give a little bit of more high-level overview, but the details are all in that report. So under the Ontario Heritage Act, Council essentially has two options if there is a desire to move forward with a heritage designation in South Lancaster. So there's the option to designate individual properties as well as a heritage conservation district, which is more of a an area or a geographical area as opposed to single properties. So with pursuing an individual property designation, there are about 6 steps involved. Primarily identifying the property or properties of interest. There is a regulation under the Heritage Act which outlines about 9 criteria that the property doesn't have to meet all 9, but there are some criteria that help establish what defines a historical property. That once the properties are identified, there is some research involved, as well as serving a notice of the intention to designate, followed by passing of the bylaw. And I believe it is in the research phase where council is required to consult with the Municipal Heritage Committee on proposed properties for designation. Once an individual property has been designated, this gives council the power to refuse an application to demolish that property or any applications to alter, thank you, to alter the property. So there is a process involved in that. And the property is added to the Municipal Heritage Register as well as the register with the province. On the other side, if council is interested in pursuing a more geographical area for designation, that would involve designating a heritage conservation district. So typically, this is a defined area with a distinct heritage character that receives protection through the Act. Again, there's a regulation that outlines some of the criteria that needs to be met for a heritage conservation district to apply. And there are more steps involved in a heritage conservation district. Namely, it's broken down into 2 phases. So there's a study phase followed by an implementation phase. And I've outlined all those steps in the report. So with either option, council is required to consult with the Municipal Heritage Committee. The biggest difference, I suppose, would be the cost involved in both options. So with an individual property, and I do want to comment on this because I don't want my report to seem misleading. So where it says in the financial implications for option 2 that it's anticipated to cost approximately $2,000, that would be $2,000 per property. I just wanted to clarify that. So that estimated $2,000 would account for the registration of the bylaw as well as advertising that we're required to do under the Act for our intention to designate. In terms of the Heritage Conservation District, based on the research that I was able to complete for HCDs that have recently, or municipalities that have recently gone through that process, it could range anywhere from $50,000 to $150,000, and that's due to the need that we would have to engage a consultant because we do not have a heritage expert on staff. I do want to make mention that there has been some communication received from members of the South Lancaster community expressing interest in raising some funds to contribute to that, should council go in that direction. So I did want to make mention of that. However, regardless of whatever direction we do go in, staff would have to follow our procurement policy and obtaining a consultant and still do our due diligence. So I did want to comment on that. So there are a couple of options available to council if you are interested in pursuing any sort of heritage designation. Both of those options do include consulting with the Heritage Committee, and that would essentially be a next step if council is interested in doing that. And subject to any questions, that is, there's a couple of options before you this evening, and if I'm not able to answer your questions, I think hopefully Joanne might be able to pop in on the planning side too if there's anything. I'll leave it to you for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor Lang, and then Councillor McDonnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I do think that there's been enough public interest shown that we need option one to me is out. We can't just say we're not going to do anything. But I'm wondering if we have to take option 2 or 3, because it looks at that point that we're deciding we're going to go individual properties or we're going to go, and I would like to see some more comments come in. The Heritage Committee maybe have a chance to look at this, maybe receive comments from people. Maybe in, some of the individual properties, are people interested, are they not interested? Just so everybody knows just what the restrictions would be on their property, what, things they could or couldn't do, and this sort of thing. So I don't know if there's an option to go to the Heritage Committee to investigate whether we move to 2 or 3. That would be kind of my suggestion, just knowing what I know from this report. Thanks.
Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm along the same lines as the Deputy Mayor. I would like to see it go to I think if we could defer this to the Heritage Committee first, to maybe come up with some ideas and some recommendations, do a bit of research and come back to us. As far as making a decision, I personally think I'm leaning to, if I was to be pushed to one tonight, it'd be option 2. But I'd like to maybe alter it in the sense that I don't want council staff and essentially the municipality going out and stating to somebody that we're identifying your house as a property that we want to protect under the Heritage Act. If that owner doesn't want that, I don't want that to be pushed on them. I'd be happy to see it come to a homeowner wants to go through this process. It's up to them. Please approach us, and we're happy to help with that. But in the sense of, I don't think I'm ready for a district in general, just because I think if we draw a map around all of the historically significant houses, or you pinpoint them all in that area, it's a broad enough area that you're going to encompass new builds, you're going to encompass houses that are not historically significant, and I don't think we want to do that to the entire area without unanimous support from all homeowners, just because of the implications it would cause to everybody to do anytime they go to, let alone paint their house or do anything along the lines of any alterations to the sites and properties. So I'd be more inclined to look at individual properties, and I'd like those property owners to approach us to go through this process. The only other question I had for staff was that $2,000 per property, is that factoring in any permit or like when somebody comes to the municipality looking for a rezoning, they bear the cost of that? Or is that cost recovery, or are we estimating that would be, or are we anticipating that would be borne by the property owner looking to go through this process?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that $2,000 is specific to the process of designating a property as a heritage property or designation. So, for example, if we designate a property, it's going to cost us $2,000 to do the required advertising, register that bylaw on title. Now, if that property came into the municipality a month later and wanted to, say, alter their property and they had to apply for a permit, that's on that property owner. They would go through the process just as anyone else would applying for a permit. That But the only, I guess, caveat would be when our building official goes on his system to check what he needs to check, he'll have something that comes up that says, oh, this property is designated as a heritage property. And then that property owner would have to go through the process under the act in obtaining permission to make the requested alteration.
Thank you, and I understand that. My thought was, is there going to be a cost for the homeowner coming to the municipality looking to be designated a historical structure or site? We're not going, this is going to be a 2,000, so say we had 10 of them, we're going to have $20,000 in costs on the municipality across the entire tax base paying to register somebody's house on title as historical.
That's correct.
Okay.
Are
Are we able to put that into our fee bylaw where if you're looking to do this, you're going to pay the cost? It's up to you to cover those costs for having this registered on title. Like when you come for a minor variance, you pay a minor variance fee, whether it happens or not, whether you're successful or not. You're paying, is it in the range of $600 to cover those costs? I would be more apt to see that as a part of this, as opposed to the municipality and the rest of the tax base bearing all the cost.
Thank you for the clarification. I guess I don't know, I don't know if I could give you an answer right now as to whether or not we could include that in our fee bylaw. However, I think one key difference here is that when designating an individual property, it doesn't have to be the property owner who initiates it. So as a municipal council, you could proactively say, you know, we're interested in having this property, and you serve a notice of intent to designate on the property owner, and then there's provisions under the act where they could appeal that. So it's not necessarily a process that has to be initiated by the property owner. So I think that in that case, I don't know if to be perfectly honest, Councillor McDonnell, I don't have a perfect answer right now, but that to me would be one of the key factors, is that it does not necessarily have to be initiated by the property owner.
And if I may, just trying to read into this report, is I think they identified 15 properties, 13 of which are still remaining, so it'd be, say, 26,000. And I don't know which member of council mentioned it. I kind of think it was either Councillor McDonnell or Councillor Jaworski when we were going through the conversation of the specific property that kind of enthused the community, or got us here. Enthused isn't the right word, but anyway, back that up to say our CIP is undersubscribed, and that was a comment that was made, perhaps, that and Councillor Jaworski, that if we use that money to offset some of this, that might be a way how to make it feasible, because I think there was mention of one property that was heritage committee or a heritage designation, and it's probably because in many cases it's kind of like a little expensive, $2,000, and then you're restricted potentially on portions that are historical value. So that might be a way how to satisfy not spending, like not adding to the tax base, and like allowing it, making it easier. But it's just a thought that somebody had that I just wanted to bring up at this point. Councillor Bougie, I think you were next.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, and I think this would be a great exercise for the Heritage Committee to go through. And when I first looked at this and read through this, I was definitely thinking option 2 allows some for flexibility. My hesitation and concern was if homeowners weren't interested in having their home designated heritage home for a heritage conservation district, then that would kind of limit them. If they wanted to make some similar changes to their houses, they'd have to keep that material, the heritage type, to fit into the area, which could be costly, maybe not feasible for some residents. So I didn't want to get into that kind of situation, especially to force something upon someone that doesn't want it. But for anyone interested, absolutely. I think that's, as Councillor McDonnell said, if they're interested in having their home designated a heritage home, maybe forward it to Ms. Compo, and we can bring it to the Heritage Committee and kind of go through the options and see what best fits the area. I mean, in the past, we had the Bishop's House, for example, right, designated a heritage building, and one side wanted to demolish it, and being that it was designated heritage, council at the time said, no, we're not removing that designation. And luckily, we had a great group of volunteers and to get on board and save that building. And now the Bishop's House is still standing, and it's our great history still there. So, yeah, I think this is a great thing to look at for our Heritage Committee. And I welcome all residents that have one of those heritage homes to contact Ms. Compo.
Thank you. Ms. Campo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I might offer a suggestion, perhaps we could amend option 3 to state, consult with the Municipal Heritage Committee regarding the establishment of a heritage conservation district or the designation of individual properties. And then that way the committee can discuss and consider both options and come back to council with a recommendation that encompasses both option 2 and 3.
That sounds, because ultimately it's going to go to the Heritage Committee. They're going to think about this a lot longer and deeper, probably have presentations from the community that we're not privy to at this moment. So that I think that sounds reasonable. Is that show nod of heads? Okay, perfect. So that allows the committee to come back. Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Thanks, Ms. Campo, actually, for putting this together. It is very detailed and well laid out. And I also wanted to acknowledge the members of the public who directly contributed to advocating for this report, either through their delegations to council or their submissions. So in particular, I'd like to acknowledge Margaret Brown and Ron Rayside. So as you touched on, Mayor, the recent development application in South Lancaster that really highlighted that we don't have any meaningful protections for our built heritage in South Lancaster, but across South Glengarry. And so I do definitely think that there's a desire in the community to do something to protect it. However, I'm still not clear on sort of what is the right approach. I really feel like option 2 is kind of a minimum approach. And I know we're not at that stage yet, but things to consider definitely, how could, can we look at how we could assist people with doing the designations? Can we, is there the CIP program that could be something that could assist with making, renovations or whatnot when it's required to help limit the burden? I know in certain municipalities, they actually provide a reduced tax rate to properties that are designated heritage, again, to sort of recognize the community contribution that those properties have to the character of the community. But when it comes to the Heritage Conservation District, that's where, that idea of consult, where I think is really important. And certainly at a minimum, I think, bringing it to the Heritage Committee to try and get a better sense of how wide is the support for that. Because I think, if we go with too wide a brush, we could risk sort of not actually coming up a barrier to try and accomplishing something. But again, I think it's important to engage the community more directly on that through the Heritage Committee. So I certainly like what's been proposed here about modifying option 3 to bringing it to the Heritage Committee to look at sort of that wider scope to advise us on what they think is the best way, or what they recommend in terms of the way forward.
All right. So then do we have a revised, it seems like we have a revised option 3. Is that where we're kind of leaning presently? Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a quick note, if when it comes there, we should maybe, if we go with a variation of option 2 in the end, whatever we do, I don't think we want to just hold it to South Lancaster. I think there's a lot of older buildings, and we maybe want to let other people kind of, like you say, there's 14, but there might be 40, in the whole township. I don't know. I haven't got a clue. But whether there's other people interested. So depending on which way we go, if it's a district, then it kind of excludes the rest. But
No, that's a fair point. I mean, I guess, again, that Charlottenburg concession mapping shows you just how important our rivers were. So St. Lawrence, and then up the Raisin, you have some pretty important buildings in all 3 of the communities that are in our municipality. And then St. Andrews has quite a bit of history, not ours, but That's a fair comment to make. It's not, could be South Glengarry wide, which perhaps a rendition of 2 allows us to capture every area. But so I think the revised motion is ready. So if you don't mind reading it.
Moved by Councillor Bougie, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Be it resolved that staff report 2025-96 be received, and that council direct administration to consult with the Municipal Heritage Committee regarding the establishment of a heritage conservation district or the designation of individual properties in South Lancaster.
All those in favor? Carried. Go with the revised option 3. So I'll circle 3 on here. And okay. For those interested in, because now we'll be activating the Heritage Committee, those interested in delegations to contact you? Or, yes, so anybody interested in, once the Heritage Committee takes us on in the room, please contact our clerk to delegate to them and keep aware of the proceedings. So now we're moving to action requests, South Lancaster Heritage Designate, oh, sorry, no. Start it all over again, sorry everyone. Award RFQ 2025-02 Facility Snow Clearing Zone 6. Mr. McIntosh. Oh, sorry, resolution first. Moved by Deputy Mayor Lang, seconded by Councillor McDonnell. Be it resolved that staff report 2025-97 be received and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry award RFQ 2025-02 for facility snow clearing as follows: Zone 6 to Lens Backhoe and Snow Service, and furthermore, that the General Manager of Infrastructure Services be authorized to sign all relevant documents. Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you, and good evening, Council. So if Council recalls, last meeting on September 8th, we went through and awarded zones 1 through 5. This is just the completion of that tender and awarding of the final zone. For Martintown for 4 locations, to Lens Backhoe Service. After some discussions with the contractor and kind of coming to a mutual agreement, he's happy to be back and clearing snow in Martintown. So he's looking to move forward and provide that service again for the community. So mutually beneficial.
Any questions of council? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Fleet disposition adjustment request. This will be Mr. Levac. Moved by Councillor McDonnell, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Be it resolved that staff report 2025-98 be received and that council acknowledge that the movement of tandems through the fleet would be from an active unit to a spare unit and finally transferred to the landfill for the use as an off-road vehicle prior to disposal. Mr. Levac.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Just try and maximize the use of our equipment before we dispose of it, and trying to move a couple more things to in-house instead of hired equipment. So, please.
So it says the staff report reads. One question I had, Councillor McDonnell, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. 2 things. I thought this was a positive step where we don't typically get very much for our equipment once it's coming out of service from the municipality. It's not as though this is increasing in costs or we're going out and purchasing another piece of equipment. We might see a small reduction in residual value of that piece of equipment once it's leaving the landfill. But I don't think it's going to be overly severe. At the end of the day, the only probably loss we will see is just that it won't be selling as a safetied vehicle or previous year safetied. So maybe we'll see a lower residual cost at that point. But I think for the most part, we're seeing more or less scrap and part value out of our trucks as they come off the roads and get sold in auction. Just something that came to me over the last number of weeks, and I'm going to cling to straws here based on this piece of equipment's going to the landfill. Just something if we could maybe look. I've had a number of local, mostly ag producers, calling with issues going into the landfill just based on the equipment changes. If we can maybe, well, we have all our staff here from the infrastructure department. If we can maybe look at, there's a gray zone. If we can maybe just address that for when we outlawed tandem trucks going into the dump, tandem trailers were outlawed with that, but as we're getting issues with people going in with a half load of on-farm garbage or things like that, that are either being refused or it's causing confusion when they get there. So that was it. Otherwise, I like the staff report and I will support it.
Deputy Mayor Lang, and on the question, I guess it's not of this particular one, but of no, I have also had that question asked of me, so if, I don't know if there's clarification, but we can, maybe an info report. Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I could speak to that real quickly, and maybe a possible solution is sometimes farmers are, almost always larger farmers, their trailers are tandems. So maybe if it's being hauled by a tractor, it's different than if it's a tandem trailer coming in behind a dump truck or something like this. So I don't know if that would solve the issue, but I think they're just, they're putting their garbage in a trailer, and that's what they have, is these larger trailers, just because, they need them for other things on the farm as well. Anyway, back to this. I just had a question. Would it be strictly as a dump truck, or would we keep the harness on it? Would it be used for maybe snow clearing or something in the wintertime to do the roads or the pathways in the landfill?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, we would just use it as a dump truck. We wouldn't keep the equipment on it for the plow because it wouldn't work as well with the equipment on it and trying to use it as a dump truck, so kind of hamper our use, actually.
All right. Any further questions or comments? And this one, in 15 years from now, when you're here, just remember, if somebody asks for a new one for this specific vehicle, this will always be the spare, because oftentimes the spare becomes a new vehicle eventually. So we can all keep that in mind administrationally. That's the plan. All those in favor of the motion is read. Carried. So the MTO support request, Fraser Road Underpass. Ms. McDonald, it is moved by Deputy Mayor Lang, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Be it resolved that staff report 2025-99 be received and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry supports the Ministry of Transportation Ontario's request for the long-term closure during construction of Fraser Road from Airport Road to Lapierre Road and corresponding detour routes, and furthermore that Council commit to reducing the posted speed limit on Fraser Road between Airport Road and Lapierre Road from 80 kilometers an hour to 60 kilometers an hour following completion of the proposed replacement of the Fraser Road underpass. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, the resolution is fairly straightforward, and we attached the official letter from the Ministry of Transportation for Council's review. This is supported administratively. The only thing that we recommended was waiting until the overpass has been constructed before lowering that speed limit between the limits. Otherwise, this is a very reasonable request from MTO. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Carried. Moving into bylaws, seasonal sidewalk closure bylaw, third and final reading. Moved by Councillor McDonnell, seconded by Councillor Bougie. Be it resolved that staff report 2025-100 be received and that bylaw 2025-45 being a bylaw to authorize the seasonal closure of specified sidewalks within the Township of South Glengarry be read a third and final time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 22nd day of September 2025.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, this is the third reading of a bylaw that we had at our last meeting. The only update that I have was provided in bullet 4, where a resident had reached out wondering about Pine Street, so Kenny Road 17 through Lancaster. We did reach out to Steo. They haven't responded back, so I can't provide their position on the closure of that sidewalk. But in terms of students, I mean, we can relocate the stop to the north side of 34 or down to our plowed parking lot at the dental clinic. So there are a lot of options in that area that keep students off the roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, Mayor McDonald. I just wanted to thank staff for reaching out to STAO, the Student Transportation of Eastern Ontario, to get comments, and I'm disappointed that you didn't get a comment back.
Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. As far as the bus stop, there is quite a few kids that do wait at that bus stop, but it's I don't know how many families, but there's lots of parents there as well. So I don't know, see how it goes, and but maybe keep our options open. That if we needed to, we could address it if there doesn't seem to be any other solution to working out. Because it wouldn't be a very long stretch there. I think it's at the first corner, right, just before the Land Char building, or so it would be a pretty short stretch.
All right, seeing no other comments, all those in favor? Carried. Nine B, rate of speed bylaw, third and final reading, moved by Councillor McDonnell, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Be it resolved that staff report 2025-101 be received and that bylaw 2025-46, being a bylaw to establish rates of speed on all open township roads, be read a third and final time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 22nd day of September 2025. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, this is the third reading of another bylaw that council saw at our last meeting. At that time, there was some question about the 40-kilometer speed limits through Old Glen Walter. We provided the context for how those speed limits were set back in 2014. Administratively, we felt that leaving them at 40 for now, just to get this in place, made a lot of sense. Some additional context there, we do receive on and off throughout the year requests for traffic calming through those roads. So my suggestion for council would be, if you're truly interested in raising that speed limit to 50, is do a little bit more consultation with those residents just so that they understand and then don't feel like they've been broadsided. We have one of those requests on our desk right now, so it's not uncommon in that area. But speeding is not, we haven't been able to observe the same incidents of speeding that residents perceive, but that's not to say that we're just not out on the correct days counting. So no changes to the previous bylaw as presented. Thank you.
All right, if you don't mind me going to Deputy Mayor Lang, you kind of brought up the thought of 50 across. And do you have any opinions on the thought from administration?
I'm perfectly happy with this, and council always has the right to change his mind.
No other questions, so that one stays at 40. That was the only question that lingered. All those in favor of the motion as read? Carried. Road classification policy, first and second reading. Moved by Councillor Jaworski, seconded by Councillor Bougie. Be it resolved that staff report 2025-102 be received and that bylaw 2025-49, being a bylaw to designate a functional road classification and entrance policy, be read a first and second time this 22nd day of September 2025. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, this is the completion-ish of what I started in 2023, and apologies for having it take so long to come back to council. So in 2023, we looked at functional road classifications. I've repeated the map that we provided at a committee of the whole in November, December of that year as Schedule B, and it outlines, based on the functional classification characteristics that administration had presented and recommended at the time, where everything would fall within the township. We'd gone through that fairly robustly in 2023, and so hopefully council doesn't mind if we don't do that again. The one addition to this is delving a little bit into an entrance or access density figure for each of our municipal types of roads, being rural collector, urban, and rural. We researched. A really good guide is the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario has their access management publication, and they have a whole massive chapter on this type of thing. And what they recommend is presented in bullet 9 of the staff report, which recommends for collectors a density of 6 accesses per kilometer per side, so that's 12 in a kilometer, and on minor locals, nothing. So and then we carried that through in the final. It'd be table 1 of the actual policy. So the final row is how we brought that in. That's the only change to the table that we made. And we've suggested that rural collectors, so those would be our Tyo Towns, our Rays, Glenbrook, South Service. Well, I mean, the map is right there. Yeah, South Service, that we align with the current county policy, which I believe was recently increased to 6 accesses per kilometer per side, so a 0.6. Correct, 0.6 density. Our urban locals, no density restrictions because speeds are fairly low. They're 50, they're 40, and there are no concerns with safety in those areas. And then our rural, we split it up. If it's a posted speed limit of 80 kilometers or 80 kilometers and a density of 0.8, so that's 8 accesses per kilometers per side, which aligns with the MTO access guidelines. And if it's 60, or the posted speed is 60, then there's no criteria. And some of that is to, will keep people safe. And if we start exceeding that 0.8 on those rural locals, then we would look at whether or not the posted speed limit needs to decrease to allow for the density that exists. So one area in South Glengarry, it's not our road, but County Road 2, where you go from 80 to 60, a lot of that has to do with like the curve and the access density that was allowed pre-amalgamation and pre-transfer from the province down to the counties. So definitely something to consider. And again, as Deputy Mayor Lang said, council can always change his mind if they feel this is too restrictive in the future, but it does provide the opportunity to hopefully transfer up roads in the future should the volumes, and again, Town is the one that I think of as Glen Walter develops, we're going to see more and more traffic along Town, and it will be a challenge for the municipality to maintain, especially in the winter, as that classification of road increases. So if there's an opportunity to transfer, enter into some agreement with the counties for that stretch, it'd be good to have that density down so that they will accept it. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I do think this provides a good, simple document for people to, the other thing in the policy that may bring some discussion is, where are we? So access management in section 3 allows for one lot to have one access connection. And then if you're on a corner, that access would be off the minor road, so the least travel road, just keeping, like, again, the access density on the minor and not the major road. So if you're at, like, the Glen Road and Glenbrook, I've been saying Glenbrook, but I mean Glenroy for high traffic. If you're at the Glen and Glenbrook, for example, your access would be off Glenbrook and not the Glen, just to keep the Glen kind of free-flowing a bit more. So happy to receive council's thoughts on those, and we can adjust any points that council would like to see adjusted before we bring it back at the next meeting.
Councillor McDonnell, and then Deputy Mayor Lang.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the report. I know it was a very fulsome conversation whenever we initially had it. My only issue is with the density accesses. As far as I'm concerned, for one, the roads that are going to be transferred to the counties, I don't want going to the county's level. I think the county level already is too restrictive. I'd like to see it come down at the county level. We've had a number of complaints about that from people that would like to get in access, have the space and the zoning to essentially create another lot, and the counties won't give them another lot. And it's us talking out of both sides of our mouth when we go around saying we need more tax dollars, need more builds, need more people, but we aren't allowing houses to be built on major roadways and new lots be created where the space and the zoning allows. I'd like to see it as far as even for collector roads. I'd like to be very flexible with these numbers. You might see an increase on a parcel of property here and there, but I think overall, we're not going to see mass, if we allow it, I don't think we're going to see mass building on our collector roads in general. I think we have a lot of Ag 1 land that you can't build on it anyways. You're not going to see that opportunity. So I'd like to not see that continue, or I'd like to see us not restrict people as far as if we're able to build a house, put a house there. If it's zoned rural, we don't have much of that really left in the municipality. The other issue I had too was one lot, one entrance. For example, in a commercial setting or in a farm setting, if you're going to only provide one lot, one entrance, that means you're getting one entrance to a field that could be a fair-sized parcel, or in a commercial grain or in a grain operation. Example of my own, we're on a bit of a knoll. We have trucks come in on a regular basis to fill and leave. Without a U-shaped driveway, it causes a major hazard on the road for trucks having to back in, or not having the space to turn around in the yard, or queuing trucks on the road. And especially with harvest coming up with one access, that means you're pulling in and pulling back out the same way with another vehicle coming in. It's not practical. And for we do allow multiple homes on a single parcel of property, secondary dwellings. They should have the option to get a secondary entranceway if they so choose. So I'm not in favor of one lot, one entrance, and I really don't want to be restrictive with our roads. I think the counties are far too restrictive already, so I do not want to go that way.
Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I want to thank Ms. McDonald because you seem to be tidying up a lot of loose ends, and it is very much appreciated. Councillor McDonald, you're not allowed to speak before me anymore because I don't know what to say now. But what I'm thinking is, I'm thinking a lot along those lines. We had a bit of a struggle at the counties to encourage staff to double from 3 to 6 entrances. And part of it was that the staff said, well, your municipal roads are the ones for entrances. And now here we are at the municipal level saying, well, we want to restrict entrances as well. So I don't know if the will is around the table, but I would love, to, like the rest of it I'm good with. I would love to just leave those spots blank and have a committee of a whole meeting just before next council meeting for half an hour, 3/4 of an hour to discuss it thoroughly. Like I've got the map up right now of the ag lands in South Glengarry. We have very little left that we have to worry about. Those ag lands, you can't get a severance there no matter what you want to do. So I think we should have a discussion. We can almost, in those areas that are left, talk about individual roads if we wanted to. I would love to talk about it a little bit more and see if we can come up with something we can all live with. Whether we just eliminate that part of it and say, you know, there's no restrictions on entrances, but then I don't know if you want to go that far. I'm not sure where everybody else sits, but I'd love to have a little more discussion just on the entrance part of it, if there's a will around the table.
Yep. I think just if you don't mind, a committee of the whole is suggested, and Ms. McDonald has, I believe, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, has offered to come back to have that conversation with us after, right? If I'm correct. Okay, so if you want to speak to that.
Yes, we're discussing some tentative dates for a committee of a whole discussion, I believe, for asset management. I haven't reached out to council yet to poll availability, but we were looking at that week of October 6th to the 9th. And so perhaps we could add this on to that agenda for that meeting. So we're looking at either the 6th.
I'm good every day
7th,
but Friday.
Okay.
Would that be, is that like, do you think you could prepare for that? I guess at that time it's almost pro bono, but is that reasonable, an expectation to add this to the asset management plan, which one you had desired to bring back later?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as long as council is ready to tuck in for a good, robust discussion on a variety of topics, I'm available the 6th, 7th, and 9th of that week. At any time during the day that CO Fothrop tells me to be there.
So then we'll send out a poll to see when we're best available, but not for Friday because that one's already not available. Going to Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald. First, I have a question, and then I have a comment. So if we go back to the map on 111, so I'm clear because there's orange and there's red, or there's darker red, and and I'm not picking on the fact that the colors are closer. I can tell the difference, but it's the one that is potentially being proposed to be more restrictive is the darker red, the collector one. Am I right? It's really just that one that we're looking at, that staff is proposing potentially a change?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. And I also can say that I giggled when I pulled this map and thought to myself, I should change the colors before I put it on this agenda, and did not. But we will change that for the next reading. I may suggest, if we're going to do a committee of the whole, that perhaps we change this from a first and second reading to just a first reading, since it's pretty preliminary, and then, like, pending the results of the committee of the whole, council would have the option to do a second, and then perhaps a third if they wanted to. I'm looking at the clerk because, Madame Campo, I think there's some distinction between first, seconds, and thirds.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you could certainly do that. And I would just strike the words "and second" from the resolution. And gives you a little more leeway and opportunity to discuss.
If I may, Mayor, continue
Yes,
with
please
my
do.
Okay, great, thanks. So, and maybe this is like good heads up for the committee of the whole, something maybe to help educate me, because perhaps I am not properly informed, but there's an element of, in my mind, when we think about these entry restrictions, is part of me puts us in the same category as other restrictions that we have, like parking minimums and number of exits and egresses from buildings, that it's all well and good intentioned, but it becomes, like it's kind of been taken too far, and it's, yeah, and it becomes far more restrictive than what it needs to be. I mean, we have so much, we have infrastructure, we've invested lots of money in infrastructure all across the township, and to not be able to take advantage of it, to be able to have folks build homes, which helps drive up the cost of land, which, you know, helps fuel the housing crisis. Like, I feel the need to push on this idea of these restrictions, and oftentimes, you know, point number one is it increases safety, but yeah, I feel, I mean, yeah, I guess on basic math, you know, there's, you know, miles, but again, like, what are we talking about in terms of absolute changes of safety? So that's just kind of how I wanted to preface my comments, is that sort of I'm coming at it from a standpoint of, I'm very, probably more similar to Councillor McDonnell, that I think we're too restrictive. I think we should be encouraging, you know, folks to build and not put, I won't say arbitrary, but sort of, thinner, let's say, reasons to not be able to build. And certainly the idea of the one entrance way. I mean, this was something that came to County Council, you know, the circular driveway, and how, you know, again, that was potentially gonna, you know, that's much more unsafe because now we have double the entrances. But I mean, apart from perhaps the example that Councillor McDonough gave in terms of commercial entrances, you know, where you might have folks coming in and out at the same time, I would say for residential entrances, you know, people are not coming in and out at the same time. So whilst there's two entrances, it's not like you're doubling the number of people coming in and out. You might just be actually making it safer for folks to come in and out of their own property. So I look forward to the committee of the whole that's been suggested, because I think that's the right way to talk about this and sort of hash it out a bit in a more detailed fashion. Thanks.
Councillor Bougie, do you have anything?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues, especially Councillor McDonnell, and I think we need to look at this. And I wouldn't want to be, I want to be less restrictive, because if we go ahead and put this into place, then there's no kind of minor variance or appeal for these residents that want to build. Like, this is what it is, and there's no way around it. So, yeah, I think a committee of whole looking at these collector roads would be a great exercise.
Just to clarify, they can always appeal to council, right? So that's, but we will have this conversation further, because I feel I'll put my words in there, and I think I'll be outnumbered heavily. Okay, so then we've revised this reading to say first time, and this will be added to the committee of the whole. And when that meeting comes, bring your willpower, a little packet of sugar, so whenever it goes long, you get a little boost, and we'll have some thoughtful discussions that will push this further forward. And yeah, okay, so I'll read it again as we changed it. Be it moved by Councillor Jaworski, seconded by Councillor Bougie. Be it resolved that staff report 2025-102 be received, and that bylaw 2025-49 being a bylaw to designate a functional road classification and entrance policy be read a first time this 22nd day of September 2025. All those in favor? Carried. SDG Winter Maintenance Agreement. Moved by Councillor Jaworski, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lang. Be it resolved that staff report 2025-103 be received, and that bylaw 2025-50 being a bylaw to authorize a 5-year winter maintenance agreement with the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 22nd day of September 2025, and furthermore, that the General Manager of Infrastructure Services be authorized to sign all relevant documents. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, this is the third such agreement that we are proposing to enter into with SDNG. I was pleased when SDG provided their draft that it included only County Road 17 between Williamstown heading towards Martintown, and not any additional roads, which would have been a bit of a challenge for our operations staff. This route has been in our this section of road, sorry, has been our winter routes for the past 10 years, so we're well able to handle it. The compensation that the counties is providing is fair for what we do, and then we recoup our actual material costs on top of this, so we get paid a flat fee for our manpower, and then we charge for our winter materials. So we're recommending entering it into it again for another 5-year period, and hopefully having some good discussions with the counties about future roads. It's changed a little bit from the last time, the actual wording of the maintenance agreement. We tidied up some of the wording to reflect what we actually do. For example, not talking about anti-icing, which the township doesn't do and the counties does sometimes, but referring more to like plowing and de-icing operations. So it's been thoroughly reviewed by actually all local members of the Public Works Committee, or not committee, we're a group, Public Works group. I will say my final plug for our regional work here. We do have a Public Works group that we meet every 3 to 4 months, and it was hosted by South Glengarry in the last go around. We move around the counties in a clockwise manner. And like things like this come up at that meeting. So the counties brought all their winter maintenance agreement, and we all look at that together. And we all decided jointly, well, most of us decided jointly that it was fair. And so when I come to my council and when my counterpart, like Mr. McMillan and South Stormont, goes to his council, we're all very confident that we're coming with a unified position and that, no one's feeling like they're getting the short end of a stick. So some good regional collaboration on the public works side of things, which I always talk about regional waste, but public works also, we do the same kind of thing, and it works really well for just making sure that we're all on the same page, and when things come up like this, that we're chatting with the counties and with one another at the locals. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, not really a question, more of a comment, and I'm glad to see it come through. My question would have been about the compensation. I'm glad you answered that already, that we're fairly happy with it. The road was paved this year, so hopefully it's going to be a little easier for them to do because it was quite uneven. I'm sure it was a challenge to plow in the past. So one comment maybe you could pass on to staff. I'm sure they're well aware, but they just put fresh shoulders on it about a month ago, so they're very, very soft. I drove on one with track the other day, and they're quite soft. So hopefully we don't throw them all in the ditch on the first one before it freezes.
Were you the chair of this group? And have they appointed a new chair if you were?
Oh, that's an excellent question. We don't, yes and no. Mr. DeHaan, when he was transportation director, was the chair, but then he was seconded to North Dundas, so I took over and ran with it until a new director was appointed. So we handed it off to Mr. Harper at the last meeting.
All right. All those in favor of the motion as read? Carried. 9E, Drinking Water Advisory Notification Policy, moved by Councillor McDonnell, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lang. Be it resolved that Staff Report 2025-104 be received and that Bylaw 2025-51, being a bylaw to adopt drinking water advisory notification policy for the Township of South Glengarry, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed this 22nd day of September 2025. Mr. Seguin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this evening, as you've mentioned, I am bringing up an old policy that dates back to November 2008. It was a policy for the boil water advisories on how we would handle the situations after we were notified of a boil water. We've since changed the bylaw a little bit, reworded it. More or less now we're calling it a water advisory just because there's more than just a boil water. And the big impact to this, the policy with today's bylaw, is the fact that we've kind of went to an electronic notification system, that being Boil on Alert, not saying Boil on Alert will always be our system. However, for the amount of notifications we have to send to the public in the recent years, electronic is extremely fast. We can get out in a matter of minutes to all the public. And that is why we are updating this policy, just to better align with our current situation and how we handle a boil water or a water advisory.
For those listening tomorrow, how would you sign up for Boil on Alert?
So we do have approximately once a year we send it out with our mailing through billing, but we also do have it on our township website under the water and wastewater section. There is a QR code there typically, or there are directions, or you can contact us at the infrastructure office upstairs at the township office, and we'll be happy to help people sign up.
Great. Okay, any questions? All those in favor? Carried. Approach for undertaking winter sidewalk maintenance. It's a key information report. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is cleaning up some of the requests from council from our March Committee of the Whole on fleet, and one was with our sidewalk machine coming to end of life, was should we purchase a new one, refurbish this one, or look at contracting it out? So this report gives a whole bunch of information. We provided council with, in number 8, the approach that we took for sidewalks in the 2024-25 season. So the seasonal closures we had in place, how we handled all of our roads, and then how we had contracted out the sidewalk in Lancaster just through the commercial district so that we could ensure that it was hit up before 9 a.m. So that was just, the contract is really only to be on that street before 9, and after that the township handles further clearing during the day. Planned level of service for 2025, 2026. We have the seasonal sidewalk closures that were passed tonight, which in orange shows you the difference between last year. In-house sidewalks, the same thing. And then we have contracted out again along the commercial district in Lancaster on the east and west side of the road this year because the pilot went really well last year. And so that will, again, just before 9 a.m. after that, the township will go through and clear. So we don't have a contractor, trying to meet our minimum maintenance for us. It's really just to open it up for the businesses whenever they start their day at 9. We took the rate per meter from that contract, recognizing that it could decrease, but if we put the minimum maintenance liability on a contractor, I think that the decrease that we would see from volume would be offset by the increase to the insurance that they'd be required to carry. So I felt that keeping that cost per linear meter was fairly appropriate. And we provided some numbers in this report. So to purchase a new trackless machine, our estimate, and this is excluding attachments, so attachments always cost more, $170,000. If we refurb what we have, it's $150,000. Our preference is actually to refurb it because the type of machine that we have, it doesn't have, the existing one doesn't have the DEF, but if we went to a new one, it would. So we are not keen to purchase a new machine that has that in it. It just makes it a little bit harder to maintain. So the refurb would be administration's and operations preferred path forward. Over a 5-year period, since that's kind of the length, what did I think? Okay, hang on here. The life expectancy of the machine, if we only use it for winter operations, is 15 years. Of the equipment, we averaged about, we did 15 years also. So over a 5-year period, in-house would be $45,000 to $55,000 a year, and contracted would be in the 60 to 70 for sidewalks. Really just reporting to see if council wishes us to consider contracting for, it wouldn't be for this season, it'd be once our sidewalk machine gives up the ghost at the end of the 25-26 season. So it'd be looking forward to the 26-27 season. But we need to carry in the 25-26 budget, or the 26 budget, the cost of the sidewalk machine. So just kind of looking for some thoughts from council as we prepare our budget. No decisions, just like hoping to hear what you have to say so that when budget comes to you, you're not surprised, or if we need to get a little bit of information, we can certainly do that.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate this coming back. I appreciate you giving the rough estimates here in-house and contracted. I think if there's a will at the table, I would like to see maybe staff go out and have that fulsome conversation with, even if it's just with the contractor right now, that we have, if they could do maybe some checking on their side, what it would cost them insurance-wise, and if it's a feasible ask for them in general. I think too, it would also offer us an opportunity to redeploy that the resources we have in that seat, I guess, being the person sitting in that seat, into another role or into furthering other levels of service within the snow clearing budget or within the snow clearing operations, there's been discussion of adding a plow, or if there's a route optimization that would see us increase, we could then maybe sacrifice this in-house to increase or to hold on to that staff member for another plow driver. But I don't know what the rest of the will of council is to get a fulsome idea if that, because our contractor could come back and say, actually, you know what, I'm going to be about 100,000 a year to do all the sidewalks, and you know, that's something we can look at. The only other question I had was, does that in-house cost right now include the contracted portion and the cost associated with that we're paying now? Or was that just if we were to just do it in-house as has been done in the past? Because I'm sure there's probably a cost associated, well, there's obviously a cost associated with it. I just didn't know if that might make that amount smaller.
Ooh, Councillor McDonnell, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have forgotten what I put in that number, if it included, but I can circle back with an email.
Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Maybe we just put a rule in place that everybody has to clean the sidewalk in front of their own property and we're done. They do it out west in some places. But I don't know that the community would take it. But anyway, that's kind of not really what I'm wanting to say here. My concern is 150 to refurbish and having a 15-year-old trackless in order to avoid DEF. I have had issues with DEF in some of our machines, and I have a couple that have had no issues. I mean, it's sometimes it's hit and miss, and I know DEF is everybody's scared of it, and it is a tough one, especially in the wintertime. But I just don't like the idea. It's been to save $20,000, we're going to have a 15-year-old machine where you could have a brand new machine. It seems too off. If we were 40,000 to refurbish, I'd maybe entertain the idea, but it just seems like too much. I'm getting clarification of thinking here.
Mr. Levac?
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So for a refurbished machine, it is actually 95% new. They just need to save 3 parts of the old machine, which they totally refurbed to new pretty well. So by doing that, they kind of loop the DEF system. So it is a brand new refurbed Cummins engine. And like I said, the machine is actually essentially 95% new.
Would it be our machine refurbished, or it would be just, there's a company that takes them in general and refurbishes them, and you don't know which machine you're going to get, but it would be?
So the 3 parts, so the 3 parts they need to save is just the gearbox and the 2 axles. And by doing that, they keep the same serial number, so that way they don't have to go to the DEF system or the DPF system. So it is our machine that goes back to trackless equipment to get refurbed. But like I said, it's only the 3 parts that they save. So this is kind of a loophole they figured out. And also, if we do go to a new machine, we're getting 75%, I believe, of the horsepower. We also lose a lot of horsepower with going with the new system just because of the DPF requirements and all that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how, is it CAT you said? How they do their regen and this sort of thing. If it's like, I know some of the tractors, they lose horsepower, some don't, some are as much as they were before, DEF or not. But I don't know, it changes a little bit if it's the same machine and you actually get, and is that body panels and everything? Seat, steering wheel, like, it does change a little bit then, to have to think about it. It does defeat the purpose of the profits making us go to DEF, because it does burn cleaner, but anyway.
Councillor Jaworski, no, I don't want, if you don't have.
No, it's fine. I guess, as much as I understand that some folks haven't had the best experience with DEF and SCR, on-road equipment's had this since 2010, DPFs and SCRs, or as some people call them, the DEF system. So and the purpose of them is to trap particulate matter on the DPF side and NOx, and to treat NOx on the SCR side. So, and they do have they do produce the reduction in those emissions is 90%. So there is a reason why they're there, but I understand that not everybody likes them. But there you have it.
Councillor Bougie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, based on that explanation of basically having a brand-new vehicle, I'm comfortable with going with that refurbished unit. And typically, I'm in favor of kind of in-house, and especially since there, well, seems to be a reduction here in price. But typically, I do like in-house when it comes to these things, so.
Just to see, I know it's info report, but some of the direction that council will come, or staff will come back will depend on this, because basically now there's a further review or in-house is acceptable. I don't know where the two of you line up on that, just to give some direction, because it might be to just accept this as in-house, and then the additional request does not have to come up. I'm just not trying to get rid of it. I just want to make sure that council as a whole wants it. So, Deputy Mayor.
I was good with the staff report the way it is. I'm just concerned about the price of the machine.
Okay, so in that regard, then we'll keep it in-house, because I think we have the will of council. So that's, yeah. Sorry? I think we're trusting we're looking at this and we're seeing savings, and I believe.
I'd just like to confirm too that we are factoring in the cost of what our current contractor is charging us to do the 9 a.m. cleaning.
Yes,
Because this
that's
could be a
important.
wash, in which case we are maintaining a machine, an extra person that we could redeploy elsewhere and give a better level of service for the same money.
So we do have to get some clarification on that number to see what it is, and then dependent on that, it seems like if that still is under, it's the will to continue, and then, but I guess the method in which you bring that information to us it could be an email or through a future info report, just saying update to this, because that's a fair point. Yep. Okay. Thank you, and thank you for that, Councillor McDonnell. So just to be sure, because you're clear with, okay, good. Or whoever. Other one, 10B, summer mowing level of service. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, this is another one that we're coming back for council's thoughts on moving into budget season. And it was brought up at the Committee of the Whole for Fleet again, that perhaps council would be interested in adding a third mower to the fleet, and wanted to see what those costs might be. So right now we run with 2 mowers during the summer. So the mower is a massive piece of equipment that is on the side of a tractor, and we run them as much as we can, east side, west side of the 34. They aim to do 2 passes between 2 weeks after our weed spraying finishes in October. Sometimes they are able to complete 2, sometimes not. It really depends on weather and other projects that we're doing, vacation times and all that good stuff. And of course, as our operators become more comfortable with the routes, they speed up. So as they are more seasoned, we see more passes being done. I also wanted to highlight through this that council, through their roadside maintenance policy, which was passed in 2001, notes that roadside ditches and roadsides shall be maintained by mechanical means, and that policy, or that bylaw and policy, was attached to this report for council's awareness, since I know we're going back into the archives for that one, and that was brought into, I wasn't around at the time in 2001. Were you Councillor Boucher on council? Or that
2010 was when Councillor
All
Boucher.
right. A little bit before your term also.
He was in high school.
Sorry. I suspect it was as weed spraying was becoming more common, and the concerns with the environmental impact of weed spraying everywhere. Our chemicals now are designed specifically to target the noxious weeds or the herbicides. Do they or don't they? I'm not sure, but they're heavily regulated. So we do spray a lot of our roadsides with some success, but definitely mechanical means for combating our noxious weeds is the best way. So we do what we can with the weed spraying, but should council desire a higher level of service for our roadside mowing. We've said that it would be a third tractor rental for the summer, so that rental would be between $25,000 and $30,000 a year. We would need to purchase a third mower at $25,000 per mower attachment, and that seasonal position is another $25,000 to $30,000 in staffing cost. So again, that mower, if we did a 5-year trial period and we averaged it, really the mower is going to last about 3 years, but it would be $55,000 to $65,000 per year over a 5-year period to trial a third mowing route. And I mean, that's cutting it from half to a third, so residents would see more mowing action out on the road. And again, this is just simply council at these numbers. Is that something that interests you in seeing in budget, and you could carry it forward or cutting it, or if it's an absolute no today, we won't provide it in the draft budget so that it doesn't become a topic of conversation. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I read it more than once, because it is something that is near and dear to my heart. I'd like to see them mowed more. I don't think we're mowing enough. It says 2 passes, but then it seemed to say that the first pass is simply, I forget the word they used, but opening it up a little bit, which I assume is one width of the mower. Go around quick with one width. And then the second pass is the one where we try to get to the fence row. Is that correct?
That is correct, Deputy Mayor.
So it's not 2 that go right back. And there's some roads that I think we're likely just getting to in the last little while. So those weeds have gone to seed and the seeds are there. Once they're there, they're going to be coming back up. It was interesting to read the bylaw. Our bylaw says 400 millimeters, which is a little under 16 inches. We definitely are not keeping it under 16 inches. So I suppose we could phone and complain to the bylaw people and say we'd like to have our roads mowed more often. But I mean, it is what it is. I still think 2 mowers should be able to do it if we can keep guys on them every day. Like if you're on 5 days a week, we should be able to do it. I don't know how often they're getting pulled off for other things. How often, like this year, they didn't have a lot of rainy days. It was dry all summer. But and like you said, holidays. If we hire someone seasonal, then do they still get holidays in the summertime? I would think a seasonal person, he can have his holidays when he's not working for us. But I don't know. I'm not sure what the answer is. I just wonder if we have the 2 mowers, if they were working 5 days a week, why we couldn't keep up. But I don't have those information. That's just my speculating, But I would like to see it done more one way or the other, but I was hoping it wasn't going to cost us that much money to get it done.
On that, because of vacations, do you think like a summer, I guess I'd like say that it was just that summer vacations do take, and then capital projects move them, then it would be 25 to 30,000 to kind of have like an individual sitting in that seat. Would be a lesser cost, but same outcome, if that is the issue. But that's what you're asking. You don't have those answers. So I guess that's a question that could be answered if you don't have that answer now.
I don't have the exact answer, but we can come back with more information. We can have a slide at the committee of the whole once I chat with our staff to get an understanding of what's happening. But consider that the collective agreement provides everyone when they start with 3 weeks vacation, and our guys, when they are plowing all winter, are collecting overtime that they then use. So we can have substantial summer vacations happening during mowing season. We do try to, our supervisor of roads and fleet has come up with a system to at least keep 1 mower on the road all year round by shuffling people, but occasionally we have breakdowns and just limited staff. Like there's some, I don't want to say like woe is me, but or woe is the township's infrastructure department, but depending on how holidays land, we'd be as lean as like 3 staff members in the roads department in a week. When that's happening, there's only a limited number of things that we can get done. But yeah, we do the best with what we can, and we can throw a slide at the committee of the whole to maybe have a bit more fulsome discussion.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please do, and then we'll go to Councillor McIndoe.
And I don't begrudge them their holidays one bit. I appreciate the fact that they don't take very many of them during the wintertime when we have snow events, because we need them out there, and I don't begrudge them the overtime either. But I'm just thinking if we had somebody that, so whoever's on each mower, we need somebody to be able to replace them when they're gone, whether it's a seasonal person or one of the other. Like we need more than one person to be able to do it, just because if it sits for a week or 2 weeks, you know, we're getting so far behind, and it grows so fast in the beginning of the season. This time of year you mow it, it's good for the rest of the year, but I would love to see it mowed once, right to the fence line by the end of June, before the weeds go to seed, and then once again later in the season. My personal preference.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, this was something that I was very interested in as well. I'd like to see it come to budget. I mean, I think these numbers are high. I agree, it's very substantial, I think, at the end of the day. At the same time, I think it's important enough that we should be doing this. And I'm going to sound like a contractor person here, but do we have some past data from when we did contract out some of our roads? I believe at the start of our term, and back into Councillor Bougie's, some of this was contracted, I believe, out towards Martintown, and maybe how that compares to what it's costing us now. I am a firm believer that contractors make do with a little less than we do, just for the sake of we have so many hours that we can put to road scudding, and we need the machine to work properly, and maybe contractors are willing to take a little more time to go out and work with older equipment. At the same time, I'm not saying let's go out to tender right now, but I'm saying something, if we could have a cost analysis along that lines, and it could maybe come back to budget at that point, and maybe give some options that way. I realize maybe getting contractors, well, if we're going to get contractors for next spring or go that route, it would be a winter probably tender, but at the same time, this is, I think, something that we need to do a better job of, because I agree, there's not a chance we're keeping it towards 16 inches of growth on the roadsides, and I'll lend it from a neighbor of ours. It's a 5-letter word called pride. So we want to take pride in the municipality. We want our roadways to look good, and I think our staff does do an excellent job. They focus their resources towards Williamstown Fair Weekend, and Lancaster for Canada Day weekend. We do a good job of making it presentable where people are really paying attention. But at the same time, I'd like to not have to do that. I'd like them to just be adequately cut at all times.
And if I can put out a PSA, if you have a riding lawnmower and you're willing to do it in front of your lawn, maybe we get a map, because I know Councillor McDonnell's family does a lot, and having now moved into that rural road, I think the Salomon family pretty much does Little Fifth Road. And there's a lot of people helping out too, so to recognize them as well. So I guess the ask is to come, do we want to include this in the budget? It seems like yes, but the committee of the whole will determine how it comes. Okay. And may I ask, is this your last official report?
I think so, Mr. Mayor. I didn't bring any more papers.
All right, well, thank you. I guess I mean, I'm biased, so I'd like to say thank you. I know that whenever you joined South Glengarry about 2 months later, I left, and that was, I think, one unfortunate thing for me is I didn't get to work with you individually as not just a colleague, but also a family member. I'm also, like, additionally, the work that you have done, and I don't think I have any bias here, has been exemplary. So thank you very much for that. We're glad for you. And I'm going to open up for other council members because, I mean, maybe they want to say something too, but you've produced a lot. This report kind of shows like we've put the burden on you and you've kind of met it. I think it's sometimes nice to have a deadline because that drove a lot of this all of a sudden coming up. So perhaps maybe if anybody wants to like fake leave and then get reports done and stay, that would be wonderful. However, in addition to that, obviously from a family standpoint, we'll miss you and the littles around, stopping by, and I'm sure Dad, to make a personal, like that's you're a big part of our family as well as the township family too. So best with your thing in Lees and Grenville, being your infrastructure job there, but we'll miss you here. So I'll pass it around this way. If you can say pass if you want to, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Mayor, very much appreciated everything that you've done for us, and still continuing to do, and even volunteering after your kind of official date to come back, and so, I mean, that shows the dedication to our community. I think you're 100% in with this community, and you always have been since you got here, so it's been very, very much appreciated. And I think, just talking to the employees, I think you're appreciated on that end as well.
Thank you. I won't repeat, but I will add the things that I've appreciated the most is just the level of organization that you have, and the data, like the data that we have with, around our township infrastructure, the minor culverts and the major culverts, and just having a much better sense of, when it comes to the OSIM reports and understanding, our asset base and being able to plan well and having like a clear idea of where we're going versus getting bogged down in, sort of the minutia back and forth when we just didn't have necessarily the data to back up all the decisions that we're making. So thank you very much. No, and we will miss you, and best of luck in the future.
Absolutely, Sarah, we will miss you. Leeds and Grenville is very lucky to have you. And I mean, when you came in, you have moved many, many files forward, updated many bylaws, asset management plans. I mean, the list goes on, the things that you've achieved, and we really appreciate it. And we will miss you. So hopefully our new person that comes in will be able to contact you when needed.
Yeah, I want to, I guess, echo all the sentiments that have already been said, and just, I guess, in essence, say thank you and congratulations on this next step. And we understand it's a promotion. For us, it's a demotion, I'm sure, around the table that we're going to be losing you. But for best of luck in your new role in Leeds and Grenville. And it's unfortunate to see you go, but thank you for your commitment to the municipality over your tenure.
And this is just because when the when the posting went up for, the role, I had folks from the Environment Committee reach out to me very concerned about what was happening. So not only are you, you're a valued member of staff, but from staff's perspective in council, but also the Environment Committee. I'm just going to put in a plug for them because they have reached out and said how much they're going to miss you. So thank you from them.
All right, well, that's enough kindness.
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Of course,
Oh,
yes.
yeah. Sorry. I was hoping to just sneak over there with my papers. Thank you to council for putting up with me for my tenure, which has been, it feels like a very long time, and I suppose it has been, but not as long as everyone who I'm leaving behind, I suppose. I've really enjoyed the work. I've really enjoyed the people across the board. I've enjoyed making connections in South Glengarry and across SDNG, and I'm certainly available by phone. I'll give you my new number when it's available because they wouldn't let me take it, but any questions you might have, I'd be happy to answer. And it's just been an absolute honor. And I will be at the Warden's Banquet, so you're not rid of me quite yet, because I think it's awesome that someone from South Glengarry is our warden, and you've done an excellent job, Deputy Mayor. And I would really like to honor you there. And I know that sometimes Councillor McDonnell and I have opposing thoughts, but I've really enjoyed listening to all of you debate and kind of land at where you land. And hopefully you understand and know that I respect everyone at this table very much. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Consent agenda. So 11C, incineration and recycling, Municipality of Tweed. Councillor Jaworski.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald. When the topic of landfills or garbage or bags come up, invariably someone will ask about, well, what about incineration? And why don't we do incineration? And that's, sort of the thing that sort of catches your eye on this particular letter from Tweed, and that they're calling, for, a task force to look at that more closely and see if we can't match our European cousins who are, much further along the line in terms of that technology that we are. Because, landfill space, to do with our landfill is a challenge for everybody. And, we're all kind of struggling in our own ways, and it would be great to be able to have sort of a collective effort to see what other, even and beyond incineration, what other items we can do to help manage our waste issues in Ontario.
Would you like a support resolution for this to come?
Yes, please.
Yes, I'd support that if there's one more. Yes, great. And I will share a lesson that we teach, without going heavily into it, we teach FRED, is reduce, reuse, recycle in that order. So this is the last step, recycling. And we can always try to do with less if we can, but there's a whole philosophy on that. So consent agenda, moved by Councillor Jaworski, seconded by Councillor Bougie. Be it resolved that council accepts the items listed on the consent agenda. All those in favor? Carried. Board and committee reports. I believe we had a county meeting. I was unavailable. I thank you, Councillor Jaworski, for sitting for me. I don't know if Deputy Mayor Lang wants to go, and then I think sometimes he says if you missed anything, you can pick it up. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Just a couple of items that were dealt with at the county council. 50 acres of forest was bought by the counties, and I don't know if the public out there realizes, but the counties does, where possible, try to buy strategic woodlands or even wetlands, just to kind of, because I think in this mentality, this area, we have a mentality that we don't want to try to force people what they can and can't do in their property, but if we want something preserved, that it's better if it's in the public domain and it can be looked after that way. And what they were able to do was, it was worth $170,000, but they paid $102,000 for it, and they gave them a $68,000 tax receipt. So if the public is interested, don't be shy. If you want to see property that you have continue on and not be developed, it's a good way to do that. We passed a conservation lands overlay for our publicly owned lands to try to make sure that they stay that way, that they don't end up being developed at some point. We passed our entrance bylaw and entrance policy, and we talked a bit about that here tonight. And we moved from 3 on most roads to 6. We doubled it, except county roads that are over 4,000 cars per day, like the 34 or the 43, and they still don't want to go any higher on those roads. Winter maintenance agreements, we passed ours here tonight. They were passed all at county council for the county side of it, so it had to be passed here as well. And council remuneration, so the warden's salary has gone up. Well, it won't affect me because it starts next year, but the warden's salary goes up to $52,500, and councillors go to $22,000. And basically what they did is they took all the comparable municipalities in Eastern Ontario, gave us the average, and council passed that. I think it was unanimous, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember seeing anybody vote against it. So there was another item, affordable rental housing tax subclass, and I'm going to let Councillor Jaworski speak to it because it came from this council, and she moved it forward to county council, and it was dealt with there.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lang. Yeah, it was, you might remember that it was back in August, end of August, that we had a letter from the Lancaster and District Nonprofit Housing Corporation well, in my case, it was alerting me to the fact that the province was, allowing this new tool where you could have an affordable housing property tax subclass, but that, certain steps had to be taken, had to be a bylaw passed, and there was a short amount of time, and was in this case, it has to be goes to the counties, and I guess it was lucky for me that this happened to come to the county table when I was filling in for our mayor. So I was fortunate. Thank you to the warden for letting me speak to it right off the hop, and it was nice to be able to advocate for this. And also there was support around the table, the county council table, to support this moving forward. So they did pass a bylaw saying that they will, and it's quite open-ended in the sense that they passed a bylaw to say that they can have this tax subclass. So there's the counties are not restricted specifically to a specific percentage that they would assign to the subclass. Just by passing this bylaw allows them through the budget process to look how this would impact them, and they could reduce the property taxes for that subclass up to 35%. And it's likely very much a low-risk, high-reward type activity in the sense that there's not that many properties for now that would qualify, but again, it's one of these things about sending a signal to potentially developers or nonprofit housing corporations that this is something that we do want to support in our region. So it was cool to see that move forward. Thanks for letting me speak to it, Deputy Mayor Lang.
I don't believe there were any other committees, if I recall from our agendas. I was away that day taking a chairing course at University of Ottawa, and I'll maybe someday send my notes from that. It was a lot of civil servants at the federal level. Interesting. I was the only municipal person there, but I appreciate that came forward based on the summer activities, just to learn how to be a little more confident in that position in particular situations. So I thank administration for forwarding that to me, and I thank Councillor Jaworski for taking my spot there. All right. So then that is the end of boards and committee updates. Closed session, we will be moving to that. Moved by Councillor Bougie, seconded by Councillor McDonnell. Be it resolved that council convene at closed session at 9:11 p.m. to discuss the following items under Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act. 2, a meeting or part of a meeting may be closed to the public if the subject matter being considered is C, acquisition or disposition of land, specifically disposition of property, E, litigation or potential litigation, specifically litigation update, or D, labor relations or employee negotiations, specifically staffing matters. All those in favor? Carried. Hello, and we are coming out of closed session. There was one item we had to report coming out. It was moved by Councillor McDonnell, seconded by Councillor Bougie, that we extend past curfew, which was 11 p.m., and it was carried by all, or all in favor, I suppose? Carried? Is that all right, satisfactory? Okay, good. So you find us now here at the 12:01. The mover was Councillor McDonnell, and the seconder was Councillor Bougie. Okay, so coming out of closed session, moved by Councillor Jaworski, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lang. Be it resolved that council rise and reconvene into open session at 12:02 a.m. without reporting. All those in favor? Carried. This reminds me of what, like our first meetings whenever we went to like 11 every time. Closed session again, moved by Councillor Bougie, seconded by Councillor McDonnell. Be it resolved that administration be directed to carry out all actions as specified in the closed session minutes. All those in favor? Carried. Confirming bylaw, moved by Deputy Mayor Lang, seconded by Councillor Bougie. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-52, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 23rd day of September 2025. All those in favor? Carried. Adjournment, moved by Councillor McDonnell, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Well, just before I do this, is there any other community news or things that we've missed to share with the public? Could you, sorry, just because I'm...
This Saturday night in this building, we'll have our business awards.
Thank you, that's a good one. And then also, I believe Deputy Mayor Lang was at the hazardous waste on Saturday.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, no?
I wasn't able to make the hazardous waste, but I hear it happened.
Okay, sorry.
400 cars came
400
through.
cards. So still well received, and if the straw poll that Deputy Mayor ran last year is that everybody was satisfied with the cost of it. So it looks like it's run strong. So as per Councillor McDonnell, we have our business awards. So if you're interested, there's tickets available. Visit our website. Moved by Councillor McDonnell, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry adjourned to the call of the chair, 12:03 a.m. All those in favor? Carried. Have a good evening, everyone, and thank you for staying.